Testing one. XXII is starting to move. We're getting some volume in there. 7 o'clock traders are going to start coming to the desk. PSLK showed up on RVOLs, but there's nothing there. There's really no news. The only news we have is right here for NA. Nanolabs appoints Dr. Kalankau as CEO and subsidiary Nanobit to lead global crypto reserve strategy. Other crypto pump and dump. XXII. 68,000 volume. No news. There's no news. 15-second. Yeah, I mean, it is curling up. Got a score of 5. The TZS is the Ticker Zcan score. It gives me an idea of what's in play. There's different logic written for that. Got NLSP, 239,000 volume. The problem with that is that it just, yeah, it popped up and then we have a topping tail. We have a topping tail. It's below the section VWAP. There's too much selling volume, so that's a no-go. Stay away from that. BTCS. I mean, of course, we had XSII kind of show up. We've got CWD with a score of 3.75. So it's not meeting one of the criteria, or maybe two of them. there's no news on it, so there's no catalyst for that. We had some news come out at 6:55. ACM. There's probably nothing there because it's not going to. It didn't show up on the scanner. Yeah, there's really not much there. I mean, ACM selected to design major track improvements for England's busiest passenger railway corridors, but there's nothing there. XXII. The one that we have VLCN that moved pretty nicely in the morning. And if you look at the 5-minute down at the bottom right, the 5-minute is actually looking really good. So the VLCN, if you don't want to trade pre-market, you want to trade when the market opens, you can go ahead and take a look at VLCN. If it holds up, it might be a really decent one if it holds up for around the market open in the morning. A lot of these pump and dumps, these low float pump and dumps, what you're going to see is a lot of them are going to pop in the morning. They're going to run up in the morning. They're going to do like 200% runs, 150, 20, whatever. And then what's going to happen is that when the market opens up, they might climb up more, or they might just dump right back down. I think about 80% of them usually within 1 to 2 days dump. BSLK with volume coming in. BSLK. Problem is we got a score of 2.5, which is not good. We have some buy-in coming in. SLK. There's no news on that. If it breaks this, it could run. It's taking a little too long to break, and the volume right there is not looking good. So, yeah. Did break. Volume's not looking too good. Got some topping tails right here on the 1 minute. Got some tails there, some wicks here, some wicks, got a doji with the wicks. I mean, the MACD is curling up, but there's low volume. The volume's drying up. It could pick up, but if it was going to run, it probably would have done it. BSLK, yeah, that's just too much consolidation right here. You could wait for a pop and then a pullback. It did break this consolidation area. Score of 375 for BSLK, so it's going up. There's no catalyst, no news. That's a problem. Got NA, CWD, SLK. Got VLCN. XII is definitely dumping. Got BSLK over here. We have NA. That's not really moving. That's not doing anything. We have CWD. Yeah, BSLK had some volume coming in, but the problem, I mean, it's on the RVOL scanner at 8. RVOL, the problem with it is that these wicks right here, the wick, trade below, we had a wick. You had these two dojis, which you could have done a 2-bar break on that. I mean, you would have gotten probably like 25 cents out of that. Yeah, 35. But the problem was I didn't like these wicks. I mean, the 15-second chart was consolidating. When you broke that, yeah, it went up. We had the volume here. The volume right here kicked in. So you could have gotten in on the break of that and then gotten 25 cents out of that move. DPRO, 26,000 volume. It's kind of light DPRO. DPRO I would not touch. And this relative volume scanner, I need to update it so where, yeah, the relative volume, the reason it popped up is because it's selling off. I need to fix the code for that to only show when it's actually moving up. And also I want to, instead of showing 25,000 volume, which I think is the criteria to show up on here, I want to do it to about 50,000. 25,000 volume is kind of light. We have BSLK kind of doing a pullback. Problem is we've got the volume right here selling, but BSLK play that on the break, 411. Try to go to the highs of 434. Yeah, that's a wick, and then we have the wicks here. That's why I don't like playing this. If you were in that, you'd better get out. If you tried to play the break of this right here, try to go to highs and get a quarter or even more, your stop should have been down here. It's 7:15. Got RCKT with news, pharmaceutical news, regenerative medicine, advanced therapy, FLGT. Got SLK, LIMN. There's not much going on there. BTCS. That's trading below the session VWAP. So is BSLK. I wouldn't touch BSLK. CWD. That's nothing. It's a slow start this morning. The best trade this morning was VLCN before 7 o'clock. That was some pretty good trades. Right up in here and right up in, well, this area. I didn't trade that this morning. I didn't get to the desk early enough. But this was a good trade right here in this area. Got selling right there with the volume. You got the MACD curling up. BSLK looks like it's going to break the VWAP. Trying. Volume's drying up. BSLK is breaking the VWAP. Got 10 seconds to a 1 minute close. BSLK. BSLK. Problem with it is that the MACD is kind of going down. You could have played the pullback on the 15-second right here and gotten in on the break of that, trying to get that up and get yourself about 20 cents. Look at the 5-minute. What I like to do is look at the 5-minute and see what the previous 5-minute low is. We're not making lower lows on a 5-minute. We're actually moving up, which is good. BLCN is kind of moving down. BTCS, not enough volume in there. BSLK has like 12,000, 13,000 volume. Past 1 minute is 200,000 volume, so that's pretty nice. The volume on the TradingView chart is going to be different because I don't know where they're getting their data from. And plus, I don't have it connected to my broker because my level 2 is. But on the scanner, I'm getting the volume directly from the exchanges. I'm using SIP data. I'm getting it directly from them, so that's accurate. Yeah, so BSLK, the VWAP was spreading out, so that was nice to, if you got in on this trade up here on this pullback, that would have been nice. I didn't like it because of the wicks. That just shows me buyers and sellers are kind of battling it out, and I just stay away from it. And as we can see, BSLK is rolling over. And then newsfeed, the top press releases, this is being filtered. The code is reading the titles and picking out certain keywords and then showing it up here. So this doesn't show all the press releases. It only shows certain keywords that I have it searching for in the title. And when you click on view, if you click on view, what that will do is that will take you right to the article. So you can go ahead and read the press release. And if you click on FLGT, then you can go ahead and read the press release for that. Really, the only one that has good volume. What I like to do is I'll look at the TZS, the Ticker Zcan score. This goes off of a score. Right now, it's going off of is the MACD positive? It goes off of a daily VWAP. I need to change that from daily VWAP because it's going off the previous daily VWAP. I need to make sure that it's trading above the session VWAP, which is this yellow line. Like right now, VLCN is trading above the session VWAP. And it also looks for the 5-minute. Is it making higher? Is it, or the lows? The 5-minute is looking for making higher lows. Like right here, it's making lower lows, but right here, this one and this bar right here, the low is higher than this low, and that means it's running up. So BLSK, that gives a score. The MACD has to be positive. The 5-minute has to be making higher lows. And it's looking at the daily VWAP, which I have to change it to the session VWAP. And it's looking for a anchored VWAP of 15 minutes. So if we go back, if we look here on the 1-minute chart, the code, the Ticker Zcan score goes off of an anchor VWAP of 15 minutes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, about right here. And that's anchored VWAP. If it's trading below that, then it's going to lower the score. And the Ticker Zcan, the scoring system, TZS right here, this is code that I've written. I started writing it yesterday. There are some tweaks that need to be made to it. So, of course, the software is still in beta release. Right now, I'm working with SSL.com. I already signed up and paid for the code certificate because we were having problems with people trying to download it with virus scanners. So I just have to sign a certificate and then everything will be good to go. That should take about 3 to 5 business days. And of course, the scanner is going to be free while it's in beta. Right now, we don't have any news. We only had RCKT at 7 o'clock. And of course, when the market opens up, right now, we have the scanners we have is pre-market. We have the RVOL movers. We have low float gainers. This is only going to show there's nothing there. The market's not open. And then we have top traded gainers, biggest gainers. So when the market opens up, what I like to do, well, mainly what I like to do is make my money in the morning and then not trade after the market opens. But when the market opens, what I like to do is I'll take the low float, top traded, and the biggest gainers, or just the top traded and the biggest gainers, because these low float gainers, the top traded gainers, low floats are going to show up there. And then I'll look for some trades there. Now, mainly what I like to look for in the pre-market is I'm looking at the score. If it's above 3.25, that's good. And next thing I look for, of course, this float is only going to be anything under 20 million. And what I like to look for is something like BSLK in the past 1 minute has had 70,000 volume. So that's pretty good. Now, if you look at something like CWD or BGLC, BGLC has a nice score. But if we look at BGLC, let's get rid of this. If we look at BGLC, there's not enough volume in here. And BGLC only has and of course the score went down, but there's not enough volume. CWD past 1 minute, not enough volume. VVPR. VVPR has not enough volume. It has a good score, but not enough volume. DVPR, if you look over here, DVPR, yeah, the MACD is curling up. It's the 1 minute. There's no volume here, so there's no reason to trade that. When you look at volume, you look at BSLK. That has some decent volume. It's 85,000. That's okay. Because if you're going to get in with like 10,000 shares, and it's trading at like 10,000 shares, I mean, you're not going to get filled. You're going to get partial fills. And plus, there's not enough volume to be coming in. DPRO of VLCN. XXII. Have DPRO. DPRO is not enough volume. CWD is not enough volume. $7:30, the news. These companies like putting out their press releases like at 6, 6:30, 7, 7:30, 8, 8:30, and 9. Traders start coming to the desk after 7 o'clock. Some of these brokers don't allow traders to trade before 7. So 7 o'clock, you'll see things start picking up. News will hit. Now, this top press release says this is scanning. The code that I wrote will read the title of the press release, and there's certain keywords I'm looking for. And if it meets those keywords, one or more, then it's going to show up here on the top press release. But if we look here at the volume, there's not volume coming in. I mean, we have BSLK that has 180,000 that just got updated. But the score is kind of low, BSLK. And the reason that it's kind of low is because, well, the MACD is negative. It's rolling down. I'm looking at anchored VWAP. I like using anchored VWAPs on the past 15 minutes. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Somewhere around in here. The anchored VWAP is trading below the anchored VWAP. Plus is trading below the session VWAP. And the MACD is curling down. There's no volume down in here. So there's no reason to even trade it. Even if you do get like an inside bar and you got and it starts breaking it, there's no reason. It's pointing down. You want to go with the momentum. And plus, if you look at the 5 minute, we're making lower lows on the 5 minute. And that is what this scoring system is looking for as well. So anything above 3.75 is what I like to look for. VLCN is, we broke that consolidation area right up in there. We got it with volume, so that's good if you were looking at that. We got a score of 5. Got XII. I just wouldn't touch that just because it's below the VWAP. But VLCN is moving. And OCTO, we just don't have any volume. Like all these are green over here, DPRO, but the 1 minute volume is just kind of crappy. And even with VLCN, you're only looking at like 12,000. Of course, it's a $25 stock. We got a $25 stock with the SEC says there's, because this is where we get the floats from. It says 500,000. So we go over to the 15-second for VLCN. Yeah, we had a nice top right here. The volume started coming in. So right here, the volume started coming in. We had a little micro pullback on the 15-second, and the break of that, we had a nice run. Now, of course, it's starting to curl back over. Of course, it never runs straight up or straight down. It runs in waves. Goes up, pulls back, moves up, pulls back. $737 at 7:30, we had news come out for DFI, new flyer launches extended range option, hydrogen fuel cell electric bus. And of course, if you click on it, it will take you right to the article. If you can just click on view and it'll take you right to the articles. So you can read the press release. Normally, I don't read the press releases. I just read the header. And right here on the pre-market movers, you see right here, but there's no news for any of this. So if it's going to show up under the ticker here, and it'll say news, and you can click on it and it'll show you the news for that day. But there's no news here. I have BSLK that kind of 60,000 volume, but the problem is it's a negative 2.5 score because it's just moving down below the anchored VWAP. Below the MACD is moving down. We have no volume coming in for anything. The highest volume is BSLK at 40,000. Then VLCN at 22,000. I mean, I like seeing 100,000 volume. So you can get in and out pretty quickly. The problem with trading pre-market is you cannot do market orders. So you're not going to be able to just slam in a market order and get out. You have to do limit orders. And everything that I have set up is for hotkeys. So I do like shift 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5. And when I'm working with the hotkeys, and then I have shift Z, be able to just dump all at to dump all the shares at the limit price. Plus, I set offsets. So if a stock is trading at, let's say, 550, then I'll do an offset of like 552 or something to try to sell it to jump ahead. Because when these are moving and you just try to put in limit orders and they're moving up, it can go without you. That's why I do an offset. Some people do 5-cent offsets. Some brokers and their level 2s allow you to do offsets. Some don't. If they don't, possibly want to try to get a different broker. But the major problem with trading, let's take a look at this right here. So if you were in XXII right here, and you got in on the break right here, let's say you got in on the break right here and it started moving up. And let's say you're making 50 cents and then you take some profits and then all of a sudden it starts, this red candle within 1 minute just slams right back down and then it just dumps. The problem with it is if you're holding, if this thing is trading like a 20,000 shares and you've got like 5,000 shares, let's say 2,000 shares, and you're trying to dump it, by the time you get rid of them, you could be in a losing trade just because you have to use limit orders and pre-market. You got to use mental stops. You just can't throw in a stop order and then let the market makers get you out. That's not going to work. So everything in the pre-market is done by hotkeys. And that happened to me earlier this week. Stock popped. I took a little bit of profit and it started dumping down and I hesitated. And by the time I was hitting Shift Z to dump, continuously to dump all the shares, it was a loser. So 7:42, we'll probably have news come back out at around 8 o'clock. So if you look at this right here, beside the left side of the view button, you'll see 7:30, and then it got released at 7:30, 7:30, 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock. These press releases get released every half hour. This one at, ACM was done at 6:55. WRD was done at 6:39. So, yeah, there's not much news going on, too. VLCN, we kind of pulled back. Has a score of 375, but then again, the volume is 13,000. It's just not there. I mean, the highest volume we had here pretty recently in 1 minute, it looks like on TradingView, like 27,000. Of course, that, I don't know, my broker's not connected to TradingView. I'm on my level 2. But the data that the scanner's getting is right from the exchanges. I'm using SIP to get the data, so that's pretty accurate. And the floats are going to be, the float, you don't get it from the brokers. I get it right from the SEC, but then again, it's It's kind of hit and miss. If you go to different sites to look up floats for stocks, some will say it's 5 million, some will say it's 3 million, the others say it's 4 million. So it's not 100% accurate. It gives you a pretty good estimate because we're getting it right from the SEC filings, and it depends on what they put on there. Of course, it's Thursday. It could be a slow day. VLCN kind of pulled back, kind of popped. VLCN, if we look at the score on here, it's like 0. Today I'm going to work on writing the code a little bit more. Try to get this Ticker Zcan score worked out a little bit better. There's a few things I want to tweak with that. But if we look at VLCN, as you can see here, we had an inside bar right there on the 1 minute. Now, if you look over here, if you look at the volume, there's no volume. You shouldn't be trading that. But it kind of popped, and then we kind of sold off, and then we had a pullback here. It didn't go to this low right here. So that could be support. Again, there's no volume. So, and we had a small little pop, but there's nothing here. Plus you're looking, you can't see it, but because the number is too small, but on my level 2, the spread for VLCN, you're looking at like a 50-cent spread, 42-cent spread. There's no way I would get in that. It's a $25 stock. And now you're looking at a 30-cent spread, and then jumped up to 70. So these market makers are just moving this all around. Normally, from what I've noticed, is the market makers, once something starts moving, that spread will tighten up. But you got to watch level 2 and the spread. On my level 2 on Interactive Brokers, I've got the spread showing up on the quote panel right above the level 2. And you got, before you jump into these pre-market movers and these low floaters, you got to check the spread before you pull that trigger. You got a spread of 25 cents and you buy 1,000 shares, you're already down like $250. I'm going to put together a video. I don't know. I'm going to be switching brokers. I'm going to be switching to Cobra trading. I'm going to be switching to Interactive Brokers is really good. I like them. That's where my IRA account is. That's where I trade, do all my swing trades in my IRA. They're great for options. I don't trade options anymore. I did years ago. I've been trading for over 15 years. I've been a software engineer for over 15 years. And now I've decided to just go ahead and build out a scanner. Because a lot of these scanners, they're good. There's 2 major companies out there. You've got Trade Ideas, and I think it's called Scans, ZCANS, Scans, something like that. Those are good companies. Those are good scanners. Trade Ideas has been around Trade Ideas has been around since I've been trading, and that's been over 15 years. Trade Ideas is really good. The problem that I have with those scanners is that, they're like $100, $150, $200 a month. And the problem with that is, these traders that are first starting out trying to day trade, they barely have enough money to trade with. So why are you going to be spending $200 a month? I mean, you're paying for platform, you're paying for commissions, maybe, and then you got to pay $100, $200 for a scanner. I mean, crap, you're already in the hole. So I'm throwing this scanner out here because I trade with it personally. I've got a criteria that I've traded with, so then I started writing the Rust code and the desktop application to actually do the scanner to help me trade. And then that's when I realized I'm like, I need to make this into a desktop app and just give it out for free for right now and see how people like it. Once it's out of beta, people that have signed up during beta, it's only going to be $25 a month. All right, 10 minutes to 8 o'clock. BLCN is moving down. Got OCTO. That's an MRKR, but the floats are low. The score is okay, but the volume's not there. There's no volume this morning. Got BSLK with 44,000 volume. That's the highest. You gotta have discipline to be able to sit on your hands and wait. What I like to do, earlier this week was pretty nice with the morning movers, the RVol movers. When it pops up on the scanner here on RVol movers, that's when I like to look at it. And if it's really moving with like 100,000 volume, I'll jump in and look at the 1 minute and 15 second. And the scanner, I'm going to start putting together. I'm going to wait until it's I get my code certificate so people can download it and install it and start using it. But in the future, what I'm going to do is start putting together a settings section so people can adjust these columns and everything. Like if you only want to see the price and the change in the float and the volume, that's fine. You can go into settings and remove the column Ticker Zcan score. You can remove that column if you want. And also, I'm currently working on the real-time quotes. So like right now it just changed. We got XII, we got the volume coming in, but not much. And RVol is like 5.8. But I'm working on the WebSocket to get streaming data. Right now, this updates every 1 minute, which has been fine. I've been able to use it and make money with that. But I am going to be hooking up a streaming data So the price will be updating in real time, and the change will be updating, and the volume for the 1 minute, that will be updating as well. BVPR. Very slow morning. I don't think I saw anything trading over 100,000 in 1 minute. I don't even think VLCN at 6 o'clock. Yeah, that green bar, TradingView says 30,000. That says 25,000. So for some reason, there is no volume coming in in the morning. Absolutely none. We need volatility and volume. At 7:45, we have news come out at 7:45, 7:43. RLTR, real-time launches national media campaign showcasing real intelligence to AI revolution. You've never heard of, yeah. MNKKQ receives necessary ruling from Irish High Court to combine with Endo, so there's really nothing. VLCN is trying to pop. We got volume on the 15-second right there. Problem is the MACD is still negative, and the volume is a problem. If you're looking to trade pre-market and you never traded pre-market, I would highly, highly, highly recommend paper trading until you get used to it. You will realize what it's like. MACD is trying to turn positive, but problem with VLCN, spreads around 10 cents. Now it jumped up to 30. Got to watch that. These market makers, if you look at, I'm looking at the spread and it's jumping from 20 to 10, 20 to 5 to 4 to 17, 16, 18, 25. You got to be careful. You got to look at these spreads before you jump in. Market makers will definitely screw you if they can. LTUM, Lithium Bank awarded $3.9 million in non-dilutive funding from emissions reductions, Alberta, to advance Boardwalk Lithium Brine Project. The key word I'm looking for here, like the key word is the awarded. That's a keyword. That's why it showed up on the top press releases, because the code that I wrote for the top press releases, what it does is that it gets all the top press releases, and then it will scan through the title, and it will look for certain keywords that I have, like awarded, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I have quite a few of them, and the code will read through the title, and it will show up here on the top press releases. And in the future, I'm going to have a settings for people. Once this software is released in about a week, I'm just waiting for the download certificate, the code certificate from SSL.com. Once people download and use it, in the future, I'm going to have a settings so people can change the settings on top press releases, so you can search for certain keywords that you're looking for. But that's going to be in the future. Of course, the software is beta. I got it to a point where people can use it and make money. And that is what you call a minimal viable product. And of course, it's going to be free in beta. And today, after 11 o'clock, after I stop streaming, I'm going to go back and working on the TZS, the Ticker Zcan score column. The code needs to be updated, changed a little bit to get that better. But like I said, there's no volume coming in this morning. We got BSLK at 68,000 volume on a 1 minute. If we look at the other ones, there's nothing there. We got 367 in BSLK. VLCN, BSLK, if you go to a 15-second chart on that, you'll see the volume kicked in. We had a inside bar on BSLK on a 1 minute, and the MACD is curling up. So BSLK has a score of 3.75. And the reason it has a score of 3.75 is because, well, it's above the previous VWAP. And of course, we have BSLK show up on RVOLs of RVOL score of 7.3. But we had an inside bar. So how you could play that is the break of that bar of this right here, you could do a 2-bar break. You could do the break of the inside bar, but a 2-bar break is this bar and then that bar, and then probably get like 10 cents. The problem with this is that this morning it's just been kind of low in volume. And if you go to a 15-second chart, you can see what I like doing is when it's running, it goes to a 15-second chart. SXTP just popped up. Don't touch that. That's dumping. Wouldn't touch that just because it popped with volume. It's selling off big. Don't care if it even pops up even more. You'll get caught up in that. We have BMGL. There's nothing there. BTCT. There's nothing there. VLCN. No, we were looking at BSLK. BSLK, the 1 minute we had an inside bar, and that's what I like looking for is we have the MACD curling up, inside bar, and also what I'm looking for on an anchored VWAP, I'm going back 15 minutes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about right here, the 15-minute VWAP. So the volume weighted average price is positive, and that's what the score, it gives you the good score of VLCN. I'm sorry, BSLK of 375, which is nice. Because the VWAP for the 15-minute is moving up. That's positive. MACD is positive. So that's good. BSLK, you have a buyer at, yep. Got buyers coming in. I'm looking at ARCA. Buyers are coming in on that, but then again, I'm looking at the 15-second here. If you're in this trade, of course, if you were in this trade right here, you could have taken profits and gotten about 10, 15 cents. Then it kind of popped up and it kind of moved back down in here. And the 5-minute, we're making higher lows, which is great. 15-second chart, got this bar right here, inside bar, you could have gotten in on the break of that, gotten yourself 20 cents on that. You could have gotten in here when it ran up here. Once it broke that with volume, as you can see here, with the volume coming in, you could add to that trade. So let's say you get in here at 1,000 shares, it's breaking this high, so it's breaking that high, you can add another 1,000 shares. You want to add to winners, not to losers. Don't ever add to a loser. You cut your losers quick and let your winning trades run and add to them. The SXTP is RVault 6, 56,000. So BSLK, 762,000 volumes, definitely good. BSLK 1.2 million volume on a 1 minute. That's great. You can get in and out. You can get in 5,000, 10,000 shares. Right now, I'd be locking in profits. Just because on the 1 minute, you got a topping tail right there on the 1 minute. You've got the volume that came in. And if you look at the 15-second, if you look right here, you've got volume right there. It's kind of drying up. We had a pop. And what you want to do on pre-market, when you get these pops, when you get this pop right here, got that inside 1 minute bar, you jump to a 15-second, you look at the volume of the selling was drying up, the volume on the buying was picking up. You get in on that break, it broke the VWAP, the session VWAP. You want to sell into those breaks. Like if you got 1,000 shares, you want to sell like maybe 200 shares, take profit. And then it moves up here, so another 200 and moves down. So then you can add to the trade right in here. That your cost average will be down in this area, which is fine. You're adding to your winners. That pops. You want to sell more into here. You want to keep track of how many shares you're buying and selling, your cost average. And you want to sell into these pops. Because this thing, BSLK, you don't want to trust it. These are crap companies. I guarantee you, in a couple of years, a lot of these companies are just going to be bankrupt. They're crap companies. You don't want to be holding them. You just want to get your money in, get out. Get about 10, 15, 20 cents, get out. So if you're in like, let's say you bought down in here, and then right here on the pullback, you added, your cost average is probably down in here. You sold up in here into the pop. That's great. It broke. You're holding some. Now you're able to, oh, yeah, see right here, volume is kicking in. If you're holding heavy shares right here and this thing starts to dump, you're going to have a hard time dumping your shares, and you could possibly make a winner turn into a loser. That's why you want to sell into these pops. It's easy to sell into the pops because people are looking at it and they want more of it. So you want to give it to them. When this thing is moving down like this, people don't want to buy it, buy this crap. That's why if you're holding like 10,000 shares and you try to start dumping them, yeah, you could possibly get out of it. You want to sell into the pops. I would not, me personally, I would not be buying the break of this at all. For one thing, if you played this area right here, you got one trade. Played this area here, you got two trades. After the second trade, I'd probably walk away. If you should have profit, just walk away. There's no reason to give money back. For one thing, look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute, yeah, we had a nice run. In that 10-minute move, we had a nice run. This 5 minute candle selling came in with volume. The 1 minute, look at the volume there. I mean, could this thing pop and move up here to 454 and a half, 5? Sure. But if you've made your profit here and you still want to play this, go in light. Don't give up your profits. And also, if you made a profit, let's say you made $1,000 profit. If you start playing this and you start losing like $200, $300, $400, $500, you need to walk away. The BSLK has 490,000 volume. Also, another thing is BSLK is not showing up for any news for me. So, but traders are looking at this, looking at it, and be like, okay, VLCN moved early this morning, BSLK is moving now, so they're just moving it. Now, in the future, what I'm going to do with top press releases, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it so where you can type in a ticker symbol and get all, and then another window is going to pop up, another big window, and it will show you everything. It will show you the ticker name, the ticker, the name of the company, the float. It'll tell you, we can look into SEC filings. It's going to show all the press releases for like the past week or something. Because there could be news for BSLK. It's just that it's not showing up for me because I'm looking for certain keywords in the title. So there could be news out there. Like if we look at, and it's real easy when you are looking at the scanners. If you're looking at pre-market, low float, top traded, biggest gainers, right here, like NA has news. So you click on that and you're able to read the title. This came out at 6 a.m. But Nano Labs appoints Dr. Colin K as CEO of subsidiary. So you're able to read the news on this. And I wanted to put it right there because when you're looking at this and you're looking at the price, the change, the float, the volume, maybe the scoring system, you don't want to go to another window or go to a website and try to find the news. Also, right here in the top press releases, it could get buried because this is 8 o'clock. News came out. As you can see here, 8 o'clock, news came out. 8:03, this got released. So press releases get released every half hour. And mainly what companies do is they do it after 7 o'clock because at 7 o'clock, that's when traders are coming to the desk. And these pump and dumps, they realize that. They put the news out there. They try to pump the stock up. And then it dumps. 80% of these crap companies are going to dump. I mean, look at this on the daily. It popped up, ran down. It slammed down right here. Look at that. Big, huge BSLK, big, huge. Ran from 750 to 22 in one day. And then look at it. Dump. They're pumping dumps. They're crap. That's why you're looking for 10, 15, 20, 50 cents. If you get $1, awesome. $2, fantastic. You're just looking to get the small moves. You're looking for R-vol movers. When something pops up here, you're looking for a move. And you're looking for a micro pullback and then get in on the break of that. And then the stop is at the low. And then you try to ride it up and get yourself some money. Get in and get out. Yeah, so it updated. We got XXI. That's really not. I wouldn't trade that. It's below the session VWAP. I need to update the scoring system to look at the session VWAP. It's looking at a 15-minute anchored VWAP, but I need to make sure the trade is the ticker is trading above the session VWAP. Yeah, the volume has dried up. BSLK, they pushed it. They had a nice push up there. This consolidation area, we had some volume coming in on the 1 minute right here. We had an inside bar right there. We had a break of that. Then it broke the VWAP, and then you jump over to a 15-second, and then this rides up. And as fast as it goes up, it goes back down. I mean, you could play the 1 minute and try to get these pullbacks like this. Got a hammer candle, get in on the break of that and try to get that. Get like 20-cent move. Yeah, that's fine. In BSLK, we look here on the 15-second. Yeah, it's just grinding back up, but I would not do that because the volume right here in the 1 minute, and this is trying to make a move, and that volume is lower than this selling, these 3 candles that sold. Plus the MACD is kind of rolling over and it's negative. It could curl back up and we could come back up here to like 440. We could go to 450. We could pull back, make a higher low, and then you could jump in and try to get that. So there's 2 stocks that I possibly want to keep an eye on when the market opens. That's BLCN and BSLK. Those seem to be the 2 that have done the best so far this morning. Yeah, is it going to try and go for the break of that 470? To have that day of this candle here, 474. So if 475 is going to try to go for it, If it does, it could run up to $7 way up here. We don't know. And it's 8.19. You got an inside bar on 15 seconds. Problem is that the volume on that, if that was like really low, like half of it, that would be good. You could probably try to get on the break of that. But BSLK, the scoring system is neutral. It's 0.0. I need to update that to show the background of not red or green, just neutral. Yeah, so the 1 minute it's breaking. Volume is picking up on the 15 second. Look at the level 2. And the spread's good. Spread, you got like a 1-2 cent spread. That's good. I'm looking at the level 2 and looks like the buyers are trying to come in. Yes, okay, on 1 minute, you had 1.3 million. If you look at the 5 minute, right here, we have a low here. It's making a higher low, which that is good. That's bullish. That's above the session VWAP. The MACD is expanded, so that's positive. So if it breaks, well, it got up to, where did it get up to? 463. There we go. Got the volume coming in. As you can see on the 15 second, volume's picking up. But you have the shorts, they're trying to push it down as well. What this is telling me, it broke this, didn't get up to 475. So it's not breaking the high of that daily candle right there, which was on the 8th. And as you can see here on the 15 second, yeah, it's breaking, then it's pulling back. We had a very low break there, and then it kind of pulled back. It didn't pop and run. I mean, stocks are not going to move straight up and straight down. They're going to move like right here. Moves up, pulls back, moves up, consolidation, could pop and break that, could pull back down to the session VWAP. The MACD looks like it's trying to curl back down. This area right here was on the 15 second is very hard to play. Very hard to play. I mean, we had a pullback here, but the problem is we broke that low right there of that indecision candle. I mean, if you did play the break of this right here, if you did play the break of that 1 minute, You look on the top left at 1 minute on that doji, and you did that was 455. I mean, 4.5, it broke 4.5, which is nice. When it breaks 4.5, you're looking for 5. But then it ran up, and you got yourself maybe 10 cents. And then once it starts coming back down, you need to get out. Get out at a break even. Who cares? You can always get back in. I did that yesterday. I got in, it, it, it started moving, and then it came back down, and then I got out. And then I just waited, and then it broke the high. Then I got back in. There's absolutely no reason why you can't do that. Unless you're with a broker with high commissions. And these brokers with 0 commissions, they screw you in another way. Interactive brokers, I'm on the IBKR Pro plan, so I got my commissions is low, plus so I'm not too worried about it, but I'm going to be moving to Cobra Trading just because it's really nice. It's a really nice broker. They're just made for day trading and scalpers. We had a pullback on a 1 minute. You could be playing the break of that. If you do, you want to protect the capital. So if it breaks that, if it breaks below 419, well, you need to be getting out. If the selling comes in, you need to be getting out before it breaks the 419. Like right now, I mean, it popped. I would have just gotten out because when it popped, this broke this right here on the 1 minute, and it started going, and it broke that 1 minute and started going on that 15-second. This next 15-second, it did not break that high. It started moving down with volume, and once it starts coming back down to the break even, I get out. I'm not going to get caught up in a trade and try and lose like 15, 20 cents. Just because my break even is down, I'm sorry, just because my stop is down here does not mean I need to wait until it gets to my stop. If I'm reading the market, looking at the level 2, and I see people hitting that bid and the market is moving down, and I see volume coming in, I'm getting out. I'm not going to sit there and wait until it hits my break even. I'm going to get out. I'd rather get out at a break even or a small loss, and then all of a sudden, if it reverses and then it breaks that with volume coming in, yeah, just because I took a break even or a small loss, that means absolutely nothing. If it broke this with volume coming in, yeah, I'm getting back in because I'm looking for it to get up to 460 again, up in here. That's why hotkeys, very, very important. Very important. I'm not clicking and trading. Hotkeys, very important. Click trading, that might work in during market hours, but that's not going to work for pre-market. It's just I mean, some people could probably make it work. I can't. Hotkeys are a must. I don't like this just because the play was right here with the MACD being positive, curling up. If you look right down in here, this right here, in this area, yeah, you got your little pop there. But once it started moving back down here, And then once the MACD starts getting down in this area, you just kind of want to not play it. The sentiment is kind of negative. As you can see right here, sentiment was kind of negative. So what we call that is a downward channel. It's a downward channel. Could it break this and then run up here? Absolutely. But it's a downward channel. Like I don't play these right here when it hits here and then try to run back up there. I don't play those. I like trading with momentum. And here's the thing, when you trade this, let's say you get in right here. And you're like, "Oh, okay, I want to get out up here." Well, you don't know that when it's making that move. You just don't know that. You don't know that when it's making the move because you get in here. We ran up, had a little bull flag, and then we start running up, and I want to get out here and make like 60 cents. Okay, that's great. But you don't know that. You don't know if you can get that. So instead of trying to get the whole move, which this one you kind of could if you got the break of that and try to trade the break of the lows. If it breaks the lows, kind of get out if it breaks the low of that. So if it broke the low of that, you would have got like 50 cents. But be happy if you can get not even half, but just a small portion of that. If you can get just 20 cents out of a 60-cent move, if you can get 20 cents and have a tight stop, or you can get, let's say, 30 cents, get half of it. Be happy with that. I mean, at 1,000 shares, that's at 30 cents, 1,000 shares, that's $300. Most people would be great to make $300. At 2,000 shares, that's $600. You're probably good for the day. But you have to make sure you can get in and out, which you could with this, because at 15 seconds, you're trading at 77,000 shares. You're trading at 50,000 shares. So, yeah, you could get in. And with that pop, that's when you want to start selling. You want to start selling into, as it's moving up, if you've got like 1,000 shares, as it's moving up, and you get like 15, 20 cents, you can sell 200. Once you get to like 30, 40 cents, you can sell another 200. You can hold a little bit and see if you can get that dollar moved. That'll be awesome. But you want to be selling into these pops because there are people, there's somebody that bought it up here and they're still holding it down here. I can almost guarantee you there's people that are holding the bag. You want to sell into the pops as it's moving, as there's excitement that people want to buy it and you want to sell it to them and take your profits. VLCN, 18R vol VLCN. So if you were looking at that, we had nice move, nice pop, nice move. BTCT, 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 yeah, that's it. Yeah, it had a pop. There's nothing there. Let's look at BTCT. BTCT. Okay, so you had a pop on this 1 minute. The one thing that that I don't like about this, yeah, the MACD is curling up. It's above the session VWAP. It popped up here, but has a huge topping tail. Because what this is telling me, it opened up here, it had buyers that ran it up, then you had people taking profits or shorters trying to push it down, and it closed back down here about 50% of the move. This doesn't have enough volume for one thing. I mean, yeah, it don't have enough volume. But as you can see here, it just pushed up and then it came back down. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for, let's see, VLC, VSLK. What you're looking for is that pop with the MACD being positive and it not selling off, but the huge topping tail. We had a small tail. If we scroll back to the 15-second, like if you look at the 1 minute with that inside bar right there, if you look at the 1 minute, yeah, you had a small topping tail. You wanted to buy the break of that inside bar. You want to buy the break of that. Now, if that bar right there, if it had a huge topping tail where it closed way down here, that's a different story. As you can see here, well, this right here had a big topping tail. That's I believe that's a shooting star. So if it broke the low of that, it could have came back down. Now, people were probably taking profits, and then it broke that high, and then it started running up. As you can see here, it broke that, and then it started moving back up. And then as you can see here, we have right here, we have a topping tail. And we broke that low of that candle, and look what we did. We sold off. We had a big topping tail there. GELS with news. GELS. Geltec announces agreement with IDT Australia to secure dedicated new product development and manufacturing facilities. But it has 30,000 volume. GELS. Is this going to update? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not on a... GELS. Okay, we had news, and then it popped up. We had the news, it popped up, and then it's selling off. I wouldn't touch it. It's below the session VWAP. You're not going to get this move right here, because it just happens too quickly. It didn't show up on the scanner. The volume only shows up when it starts coming in. I mean, you got like 70, 100 volume, so then the volume kicks in here. And we want to look for the move to continue. XTIA, there's no news on XTIA. BGLC, there's nothing there. And it's below the session VWAP. The MACD is negative. There's no volume. A BGLC gels. That was the one with the news. We have 89,000 volume. So that's something you could keep an eye out and look for. But the problem is, I'd be very scary about that huge selling right there, even though it had news. And that's why I put the news right here, because it's very easy. Because right here, most of the time, I don't even have the top press releases here. I just don't have it, because I can look at the pre-market movers right here, this window. Any news that comes up, I just click on it, and I can read the announcement that came out at 8:30. That came out like 9 minutes ago. So it came out at 8:30. So 8:30 it came out, and as you can see, it started moving. Then at 8:34, it really started moving with the volume picking up, because that volume on TradingView says 4,000. This says 100. I mean, look at the volume. So the scanner scans for the relative volume coming in, which it did. It was definitely 5 times more. So it hits the scanner and with news. And I think the key word is agreement there that I'm looking for. But the problem is, it just sold off. So that's nothing to look for. PLCN kind of pulled back. We had a nice inside bar right there, like a doji. You could have gotten in on the break of that, gotten up there, but I wouldn't do it. And the reason why, just because it's selling off, and we had like an inside bar with the doji, and you get a pop on that doji, yeah, you get yourself maybe 10, 20 cents. But look at the volume down there on the 1 minute. The volume's picking up. Look at that green candle right there. The volume is like half of what the selling was. So that's not what you're looking for. GELS. With the news that came out, GELS is trying to move, but be very leery of this. Look at the huge topping tail. The volume's coming in. The MACD's positive. It has a score of 2.5. I've got to update that. That's not a negative. That's showing red. So be careful looking at these scores. I got to update the code. I wrote that code for the scoring system yesterday, and I've got to update it. All the other information's accurate. It's just the scoring system that I put up there. Before, I had the VWAP there. And then I decided with my trading plan, I'm just going to write out my trading plan if it meets certain criterias and give it a score. And that's what I'm doing here. And I'm going to put out a video of my scoring system and how I trade. At 8:30, we had INSE with news. We had IDT. We had MBRX. Alrighty. VLCN. Whoa. With news. Vulcan announces over 500 private placement initial Bitcoin treasury, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, look at that pumper. VLCN, look at that pump. That's nuts. VLCN. Huge pump. Huge pump. VLCN. I don't know if I'm going to play that or not. Volume is, we got a huge top and tail in that 5 minute. That 5 minute gave back about more than half of it. That's just crazy. I mean, you might be able to play that. Problem is that selling is pretty heavy. Gels was just a pop and then a dump. Got ACTU. Got ACTU. Because we're topping tails in 1 minute, I wouldn't have touched that. We have GIFT. That's a no-go FTFT. That's nothing. UHG is nothing. DPRO. Yeah, that's not. Yeah. I mean, BSLK, VCL, VLCN, BSLK. VLCN just waited, push out some news. That was crazy. That news got released at 8:55. That was just a few minutes ago. At 8:55, that got released, and as you can see here, as it got released, it hit. We have an inside bar on the 1 minute, but the problem is the volume's kind of drying up. BSLK. Is bouncing off the VWAP. The VLCN, I'm thinking if it can pop, that's a $41. I mean, that crazy. We have BSLK. BSLK is that's a negative score. We have VLCN. VLCN, that move, that news that got hit, that was right there on the 1 minute as it got released at 8:55, and we're looking at 8:55 on the chart. There was no way we could have got in. I mean, you're looking at the first 15 seconds. You're looking at the 30 seconds right here. This right here is the 1 minute. You're back here, 4 of them. That's 1 minute, and then it just dumps back down. So that just happened too fast. There was people that knew about that before the news even hit. Which kind of explains why it's been kind of grinding up, and then all of a sudden they release the news, and then it just pops. And you could have played the break of the session high. That would have been good and got a $20 move. But unless you were playing that, you didn't know. I mean, news just came out as you were in it. So that's the problem with that. ACTU. I mean, there's not enough volume in ACTU to even think about anything. DPRO 5K volume, there's nothing there. DSLK. And you got XXI. That's way below the session VWAP. You got news on ACTU. But there's nothing ACTU. There's nothing coming in there. The news came out at 8:46. 8:45 the news came out. It hit at 8:46, so then we had a pop, but we didn't have a continuation on that. And if you look at the 1 minute, that was a huge topping tail, so I wouldn't even touch that to begin with. There's not enough volume. I mean, you're looking at 500 shares, you're looking at 1K. Yeah, you can't even, I mean, my minimum is 1,000 shares. If you look at ACTU in the 15-second, it's like nothing. And you look at a 5 minute, it's been trading at 1.8 thousand shares. I mean, that's my minimum is 1,000 on each clip. I mean, ACTU hit right here. If we click on view, you can look at the therapeutic advanced clinical program, sarcoma after positive phase 1 trial. That right there is the key word that I'm looking for. Phase 1 is phase. Phase 1 trial. That's the key word I'm looking for is phase. And as you can see here, it popped up. Positive is one. Phase is another. So those were two key words. That's why it popped up on the top press releases. But ACTU is just, there's no volume coming into it. So traders are not looking at it. That's the problem. They're not looking at it. VLCN, you had a huge pop. That was an inside job, I think. Don't quote me on that, but that's just very suspect that it comes out at 8:55 and huge extreme volume where it ran up. Yeah, that's just There's my bit rate. 13,000. On that. So up to my bit rate on the stream. Hoping that'll work. My bit rate was set at 6,000 up, and the YouTube told me to update it to 13,500, so I just did. I don't know if the setting is going to take effect now or or when it gets restarted. BTCS is neutral score. It's reclaiming the VWAP. Problem is low volume. Low volume for everything. VSLK, low volume, VLCN. VLCN is trying to pop. VLCN. UHG is nothing. ACTU, want to keep that on the radar. UHG is nothing. FTF, yeah, that's nothing. BTCS. I mean, it's 9:12. The market's getting ready to open up in about 15, 17 minutes. Let's see what the Qs are doing. Yeah. XII, that's not really doing anything. That's MACD's positive. It's kind of grinding up, but it's below the session VWAP. That's the problem with XII. I don't like that. BTCS is trying, it has reclaimed the session VWAP. ACTU is not moving, but that could be because it has news. Therapeutic and clinical. It has a phase 1 trial, a positive phase 1 trial. Might want to keep that on your radar and when the market opens. So the 3 stocks I want to keep on my radar when the market opens is VLCN, BTCS, I think BTCS, and ACTU. Those were, ACTU hasn't really moved, but it does have positive news, so you might want to keep a lookout on that. But VLCN and BSLK, BTCS, you could BTCS. Yeah, you keep an eye out on that. I'm not too sure just because it just kind of popped up here on the daily. It's kind of popped up. We got VLCN. I mean, that could try and make a run for the $11. So you might want to keep that on your radar. BSLK. I mean, it's trading down here. If it can pop the $5 mark, you could get a nice move on that. Actually, it's at $3.95. So if it pops to $4, you might take a look at that. Keep that on the radar. Market opens up in 15 minutes. NLSP with news, low volume. We've got NLSP. NLSP showed up on our vol, but there's nothing there. That move happened at 7 o'clock in the morning. That showed up at 7 o'clock earlier, but the news, as you can see here, 7 a.m., it showed up earlier. It was nothing there. I mean, it showed up again here. Again, I need to update the RVol movers. The volume needs to be above 50,000. I think it's set to 20,000. I'm not sure. It needs to be above 50,000 before it even shows up on the RVol movers. 25,000 shares is just not enough. 50,000 just to be on the radar. VLCN, that has volume. That's 224,000 BSLK. The BSLK would be the ones to look for when the market opens. Let's take a look at what kind of news is coming out. I mean, 8:30, you had U.S. Retail sales month over month. It was positive 0.6%. We have initial job claims at 8:30. That has already passed. That was positive 221K. About earnings call Q2 2005. 10 o'clock, Fed's Kugler speaks at 12:25. Fed's daily speak. What you want to do is you want to come over here. What you want to do is you want to look at financialjuice.com. And financialjuice.com, you can see that. PAOX showed up. No volume. Okay, you want to go to financialjuice.com and you want to take a look at that. And right here, you can see You have your filters. I have the filters set to only United States and high. You want to set your filters so you can see what is coming up for the news. So at 10 o'clock, we have Fed's Kugler speaks, Fed's Daily speaks, White House press briefing at 1 o'clock. So that's what you want to take a look at, financialjuice.com. BSLK is on the move. BSLK on the move. When the market opens up, pre-market movers is going to be taken away. And I'm just going to take away the top press releases. That's not going to be needed. And I'm going to put up maybe the low floaters, top traded biggest gainers. I usually wait until 9:35. If you're going to trade, just wait until the dust settles. You need to wait until the dust settles to be able to get in. The SLK was a nice move at 8 o'clock. Had the MACD going positive. You had an inside bar and a break of that. You could have gotten in on that. That would have been a 50-cent move. BSLK, 500,000 shares in the past minute. So BSLK could move when the market opens up. Looks like it's trying to make a move right now. We have 1 minute. There we go. I was going to say we have a 1 minute inside bar. With that inside bar, and you get a break of that right there. Got yourself a nice quarter move. It's still running, still moving. On the 5 minute, we've got higher lows right here on the 5 minute. On the score, ticker score, we've got a positive 5. That's the highest score it can be. So we definitely had a nice move. We had an inside bar right there, but the volume was kind of low. We had an inside bar right here. The volume was lower, and we had the volume of the buy-in that picked up. You could have gotten in on the break of that, added to the break of that, and gotten yourself a nice, easy quarter. So that right there could have been an easy quarter. 20-cent move. That's what BSLK right now. I'd just be done with it because look at the volume coming in and selling off. If you got profits, take them and move to a break even or get completely out. BTCS dumped. Yes, okay, we got volume kicking in. when I move the code over with relative volume movers, once I get the WebSocket done and I'm able to get live data feed, I'm able to get it. I just need to write the code for it and then be able to show up. I've already got the code for it. I just need for it to show up on the desktop app. This relative volume movers will be able to show when the volume kicks in above 5x RVol in real time. Right now, it only updates every minute. And once I get the WebSocket connected up to the desktop app, you'll be able to see it in real time. The LCN, I wouldn't do that just because the MACD is kind of negative. The volume is not there. And if you did play that, you could have gotten in on the break of that and got yourself like, if you did play that, you could have gotten in on the break of that high right there, which is right here. And you'd be at $1.25 right now, $1.50. And it's a $36 stock. But VLCN has a float of 500,000. So it's definitely exchanging hands. And we had a pull and we had a run up here. We had a break of that right there. Had a nice pullback. We had the volume drying up. If we look at the anchored VWAP, the anchored VWAP for the 15-minute, it's below the anchored VWAP. That's why I just kind of came up here, because the volume weighted average price for the past 15 minutes is about where it's at. So I like looking at anchored VWAPs. BLSK right here. Got BTCS. ACTU is not moving. BTCS 37,000 volume, not enough. BSLK, VLCN are the only ones with good volume. These two right here. We got BSLK. Yeah, the MACD is positive, but it's kind of coming back down just because of this sell-off right here. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't touch that. ERO, we got WK, we got WKHS. There's nothing there. But RKR. There's nothing there. DPRO. DPRO, not enough volume. BSLK is grinding down. BTCT. Yeah, we just looked at BTCT, TCT, CT, BTCT. Yeah, the volume kind of picked up. That's why it popped on the RVOL. WKHS, there's really nothing there. WKHS is just nothing. Yeah, there's volume. It showed up on RVOL, but then again, I need to be over 50,000, so I need to update the code for that. DPRO, there could be some volume coming in there. It's at around 6,000. Got BTCT, LCFF, and yeah. All right, we got 1 minute. So I'm going to switch over. Get rid of that. We're going to get rid of that. RVOLs are going to move over. We're going to look at maybe the low floats, the top traded, and the biggest gainers. And we got some low floats over here. Just can't fit everything on there. So it's going to take a while. It's going to take a couple minutes until the data, they start crunching the numbers for the, after the market opens. We got VLCN that's, market's been open for 30 seconds. We got VLCN moving. You got BSLK that is dumping. DPRO went down to the VWAP. VLCN and BSLK are the ones that I was taking a look at. ACTU, I don't think there's going to be anything there. Low floaters. Low float, there we go. It updated. LCID, top traded, has news. On the 17th, which is today at 9:12, Lucid shares surge as Uber invests in robo-taxi partnership. That's LCID. We got YHC. We got YHC. YHC. That's 1 million shares. BSLK, just huge dump. I kind of figured out the RVOL, and the RVOL scanner is going crazy. It always does in the early market. VVPR, we got AMPG with news. AMPG, there's nothing there. We got NA, there's nothing there. Got VLCN, ACTU, yeah, all the regular ones. Things will settle down. Got YHC. VLCN, VSLK, that dumped. DPRO popped. DPRO, as you can see here, had a Z-score of 375, so that definitely was good. It's got 500,000 shares. You got, on the biggest movers, you got IRTR at 3.75 score. Let me move this over here. DPRO. DPRO was 25,000 shares, 200,000. Yeah, the SIP data I'm getting from the exchanges are saying 200,000 last minute. Got VERI with news. Veritone's AI-powered tools assessed awardable for Department of Defense work. The VLCN, of course, we had news. That was at 8:55. VLCN, it's in the consolidation. It's at the lower channel right here. VSLK is kind of at a major dump. We got DPRO. DPRO is dumping with volume. DPRO, if you played that on the break, you got a 1 minute. If you played that on the break there, the 1 minute, could have gotten in on that as well on the break of that and gotten a decent move. Of course, you'd be out by now. DPRO, MCRI, but now I know BTCS has volume. That's decent volume to get in and out. PLCN, PSLK. BTCS, CS. ZEEP. ZEEP. ZEPP. There's nothing there. Has a score, but there's nothing there. LCID has news. SRPT has news. Biggest movers with news is LCID and SRPT. So SRPT at PGY. PGY is looking pretty decent. We have a pop here that had a pullback, had a move up. It's like a dollar move. PDYN. I think what I need to do is I need to have, I'm going to update the Ticker Zcan score, but I'm going to maybe open up have another scanner of everything that has high volume above 100,000 with a ticker score of 3.75 and above, and be able to filter that out. QS is moving, but QS has no news, but it definitely moved. And it's moving pretty decent. QS was moving pretty decent. We had a move up here. Of course, you had a slight pullback, a break of that pullback, and then a break of that move up here. We had another micro pullback right here. We had another micro pullback right here, and it moved up. The thing is once after the second micro pullback, if I get in, I'm not playing it again. After two micro pullbacks, I just walk. I just walk. I don't deal with it. I don't care if it runs up $10. It's not worth it because most of the time these pump and dumps, crap companies, they'll just dump back down. But QS is not really a crap company because it has a float of 400 million. So, but I'm talking about normal companies that are low floaters. We have RCAT with news. RCAT, July 22nd deadline, contacted gross law firm, blah, blah, blah. That's nothing. But RCAT, we got QS really moving. PLCN got halted. You got QS that's just ripping. Yeah, I need to filter these. I could do a filter. Have like a settings button right here. Have like a wheel. Have a settings button. So where it only shows, so where you're looking at it, shows ticker scores and a volume above 100,000, or I could just do another window. There's a lot of window scans though, man. A lot of scans. We got pre-market. We got RVOL movers. RVOL movers. There's none with news. Because the news shows up here, like right here, the news. This is all the news for the day, for RCKT. It happened at 7 o'clock, 8:36, and 9 o'clock. OP is not really, OP doesn't have enough volume. If you look at OP, that's 364,000, but it's kind of like drying up. TradingView is not hooked up to my broker, so the volume's not going to be accurate. I need to get live feed for TradingView. For the volume, I need to just connect it to like NASDAQ. XXII popped up on RVOL. It's below the session VWAP. That's, I just wouldn't play it. Got OPAD. OPAD. We got MCRI. There's nothing there on MCRI. DPRO. DPRO is just chop. We got OP. There's nothing there. We got ZEPP. There's nothing there. We got BTCS. BTCS. We definitely got volume. SRPT. PGY. PGY, of course, you had a pop here. We have BEEM with news. That's 29,000 volume, Arval of 6. Team Global and Platinum Group leadership attend formal signing ceremony, blah, blah, blah. Abu Dhabi. To create beam metal. Yeah, nothing. On the biggest movers, we have OPAD. Biggest movers, 52% gain. We have ABVE. We have LCID. LCID is not, I mean, it's okay if it can get above the session VWAP. Got low floaters, DPRO. We got BTCS. There's nothing there. BTCS. Yes, LK, LCID. So if we look at OPAD here, then you look at ABVE. That's kind of trading below the session we buy. LCID. I keep that up there. SRPT. AUDC. PGY. PGY is breaking highs with volume. We have here QS. PGY breaking highs. Had a little tail pushing it down. LCID is reclaiming the VWAP. If you're in PGY, I would get out if it breaks 2861. That would be the low of it. If it breaks it with the volume coming in, I'd get out. If you got in on this pullback and these little dojis here, you had nice volume that dried up on the pullback, volume coming in there. So if you got in on a 2-bar break there, you're already up like 80, 75 cents. So I'd be thinking, if you're in that, I'd be thinking about taking some profits and then make sure you don't let a winner turn into a loser. Yeah, OPAD. Problem is we have a topping tail with volume there. QS is pulling back to the VWAP. OPED has no news. LCID has news. Lucid shares surge as Uber invests in robo-taxi partnership. So Uber is partnering with LCID. That's the news for that. PGY, the news is Agaye announces preliminary second quarter results. Okay, whatever. And QS has no news. Earlier, I was looking at VLCN and BSLK to move, and let's see, VLCN, that didn't move like I thought it would. When the market opened, BSLK moved, but it moved in the opposite direction. So people were just taking profits, getting out. We have OPED that could be breaking. We've got OPED. OPED could be breaking. It broke the high with the 1 minute volume, so but it has no news. There's no catalyst for OPAD. LCID kind of had a small micro pullback. The volume kind of dried up. If it breaks the 318, we could get up to up in the 330, up into this resistance area. You got PGY that is pulling back with volume though. Granted, if you got this pullback on PGY and you got in right here at 935 and you made money here, and then it pulled back again, and then you got on a 2-bar break there and it ran up to here and you took your profits, you should be profitable in those 2 trades. So I wouldn't even touch PGY, so you can just walk away. If you're green on the day already at 950, walk away and come back tomorrow, next week. LCID, see, can we break that? We have some nice volume coming in there, but it just kind of dried up. Anyway, I got QS breaking. 2-bar break on QS, but the volume kind of low. But if we look at QS, got a break there. Problem is the VWAP, not the VWAP, the MACD is it's on the back side of it. As Ross Cameron says, it's on the back side. Don't trade the backside. CNVS. Also, if you look at the 5 minute, on QS, you got these wicks. You got a bottom wick here, bottom wick, you got a top wick, it's already showing a QS on a wick right here, so that's just indecision. That's telling me indecision, and then the volume's drying up. You want to look at higher time frames. Just want to stay away from stuff like this. I mean, can you get like 10, 20 cents on these short little moves on a 15 second? Sure. But what you're looking to do is get on a move on a 1 minute that's looking good like this, and get in on a move, but with the MACD being positive like this. And then, because we had a micro pullback right here, if you look at this, we had the pullback here. You had the break of that. You had a pullback, you could have added there, break, pullback, could have added there and got a nice trade and be out. You want to look at the 1 minute, and then as you're looking at this, the 5 minute was ripping up, making higher lows. That's what you want to see. When the 5 minute turns to this right here, that's not all that great. Could it run? Sure. But it's the probabilities that you're playing. LCID is, that's saying 35 million. That's that Uber investment. Look at OPAD. This is kind of hard to play. So much chop. And look at all those wicks with the volume kind of drying up. With all those wicks, it's kind of hard to play. I mean, the 5 minute is still bullish. OPAD has a negative 2.5 score, so that's not good. And QS, as you can see, QS just kind of, see the backside of the MACD, trading the backside. That's why you don't do it. They started coming back down here, kind of moved up, but I mean, we could probably come down to this area. If you're getting in on a 15-second chart, they're going to pull back here. You want to look to make sure that the 1 minute is making higher lows. That's what you're looking for. So you can get in on the 15-second and then get that break. And on a stock like this, once you get like, you have to look to see, you have to look to see if you get a break of this and you get up here to 10 cents, you want to make sure that it just doesn't come down to your break even. So right here, it started consolidating, so get out. I don't care if you only make 8 cents, just get out. Just because, you know, you don't want a winner turn into a loser. You can always get back in. And then right here, as you can see here, it came down to your break even. Because that was this wick right here. And then it's still bullish. And you can get back in when you get on the break of that. right there. Break that high, that 1 minute high. I like to trade on 15-second on with the momentum of the 1 minute. And of course the 5 minute, but 5 minutes long term. Beam with news. Yeah. SRPT. These are the biggest gainers. SRPT. SRPT. OPED. Look at that. It's dumping. The scoring system's turned negative. I gotta update the when it's 0.0, it's like a negative, it's like neutral trade. I need to make that not red or green. And there's some positives like this right here, JWEL. That's a positive, but it's still showing red because it's under 3 1/4. I need to update the code for that. PGY was PY. MACD is just kind of negative. So there's really nothing there. I wouldn't be trading that. You trade that on the positive MACD, micro pullback. This right here is what you're looking for. You're looking for a nice run. You're looking for a micro pullback. We had an inside bar there, but it didn't break that. We had this right here, and we didn't break the low of that as we opened up. We didn't break the low, but we broke the high. And you could have played it on the 2-bar break if you wanted to play a 2-bar break on that. With volume coming in, the MACD is positive. And you come up here and then it starts stalling back down. You got stuff like 50 cents. 50 cents might not sound like a lot. And if you're trading a $28 stock, 1,000 shares, 28,000 shares. If you're with a broker that gives you leverage, you can get in pretty easily with 1,000 shares. 50 cents will make you $500. 2,000 shares make $1,000 in 1 day and move on. So you can just go in 1,000, make $500 and be done for the day and move on. And you can do that within a couple minutes. Of course, you have to be looking at the market more than just a minute. But that's what you need to do. Or you can go in 100 shares, make like $50. Go in 100 shares, make $50, build that account up. If you got 100 shares, that's $2,800, $2,800. You make $50, you move on. You be done for the day. Make your $50. Come back tomorrow. Slowly build that account up. Before you know it, you'll be over the PDT rule. Also, there's a broker that will allow you to do that. That's an offshore broker I'm going to go over later. I'll make a video of that. LCID, SRPT, US is moving. OPED, I think, is done. LCID has news. Of course, it's that Lucid Neuro on robotic fleet. This is with the Uber stuff. They put out another press release at 9:47. Uber team up with Lucid and Neuro on robo taxi fleet. So yeah, they're pushing it, which is fine. You could have gotten in on I mean, it sold off, consolidated. You can get it in on the break of that right there because the volume is going up. And let's say you get in right here, that's $3. Let's say you got in on a $3 break, you're already up 10 cents. So, I mean, 1,000 shares, that's $100. Move on. That's $3,000. You can still make $100 on a low account. Get one trade, make yourself 100, move on for the day. MRKR. Wait a minute. MRKR. MRKR. That was good. We had volume that really picked up. Wonder what that looked like. MRKR. You had volume coming in, picking up. The volume's picking up. MRKR. Of course, you have positive MACD. Positive MACD. What you can do is, once that volume picks up here, get a micro pullback. I wouldn't have gotten in on that because that low broke that. That low broke that, but you had it right here. These three bars, the volume is lower. It had an inside bar. It had a high and a low of this bar right here. Could have gotten in on the break of that high right there. But if you look at the 1 minute right there, you can get in on the high of that break with the volume coming in. And if you get in a high of that break, makes up about 8 cents. That comes back down to a break even. You get out on a break even. Try to protect that capital. And then right here, we had volume coming in. We had another micro pullback. And as you can see here on the 5 minute down here, definitely bullish. The MACD is positive. This is moving up. We had a 1 minute that kind of pulled back right here. That was the 1 minute that pulled back. But the volume was kind of dry. I wouldn't say dry, but it was lower. Could have gotten in on the break of that high right there, which is right here, and get about 20 cents. And of course, you can get in on the break of this right here. You can get in a little leery because those three candles, the volume's coming in. So if you get in on that, let's say you get in at 315, you got 323. You might want to, it couldn't break that. Take a 5 cent profit, move to a break even. You need to protect the capital. Just because your stop is down here doesn't mean anything. Just because you get in on the break of this, your stop is down here at like 20 cents, but yet you only made like 8 cents on that. I mean, you can always, when it comes back here, you can always get out at a break even. And when the volume starts picking back up on this candle here, you got bullish engulfing. You can get in on the break of that and keep playing that. Keep playing that. And do tight stops and keep playing that, because if you can get that pop and you can run 50 cents, that's going to be awesome. It looks like we're going to get to 3.5, which is pretty good. Yeah, you might have gotten in and out like 2 or 3 times, but now you're at a 30 cent profit. If you're with a decent broker, the commissions are not going to mean anything. The commissions are not going to mean anything. I'm with IBKR Pro for right now. The commissions are not going to mean anything because they're so low. I mean, if we look at MRKR, I mean, we're looking at a halt. So you're looking at a halt. Normally, when it holds like that and it's running up, you want to, more than likely, it's going to open up higher most of the time. So when MMRKR moves up, what I need to do is build a scanner for halts, for the halt up, halt down. On your level 2, it shows you. If you have a good level 2, like Cobra Trading, I'm going to be switching to them. I've already opened up an account. I'm going to be switching to them. But yeah, like right here, we had a micro pullback. You could have got in right there on the break of that. You can put your stop down here. It broke. We had like an inside bar. It broke that. You could have gotten out thinking that, okay, it's going to dump back down. And look at that. Red bar, bearish engulfing red bar, volume kicked in. If you got in here, you definitely want to get out. There's no need to go ahead and wait till it hits your stop. We had another bullish engulfing that's running up. It breaks this. Then you ran up and got 30 cents. So you might lose like 5 cents around here. Trying to get to your break even or lose 5 cents on this candle. You might lose $50, but then on the break of this, you got up and you made 300, so you're still net 250. That's the kind of things you have to read the market and look at, and you'll get better at it. You'll get better at it with screen time. With screen time, you'll get better at it, or you might just wait. And if you get a break on that, and your stop is like at 20 cents, that's fine. You want to try and get 40 cents, which is right here at the halt level. Yeah. That's a 2-to-1 right there, so that's pretty good. MRKR, that was definitely moving. We had a slight pullback, got in on the break of that. Got in on the break of that. 50-cent move before it got halted. And MRKR is showing the ticker Z score of 5, which is the highest. MRKR is back on. MRKR. You got profits on that right up in here. If it breaks this right here, up in this area around 360, you might want to start getting out. Of course, we had an inside bar right here. Ran up 10 cents. It just can't break the highs, and it looks like it's trying to sell off. And with the volume coming in on the 15-second, just kind of leery about that. On the 1 minute, it looks like it's drying up. Yeah. MRKR coming back down. Coming back down. People made their money. They're moving on. What I could do, got the low floaters, we got the biggest movers, low floaters, we have top traded. Could move that over here. Biggest movers, top traded, biggest gainers. Top press releases right here. That could be it. Have top traded, biggest gainers. Be right there, maybe. That. Maybe it can look like that. Have some low floaters up there, top traded, biggest gainers. UHG, that's nothing. RVol. The volume is 23,000. It needs to be 50. I need to update the filter for that. Be 50,000 and up before it hits the RVol. So 955, we have DDC that had news. At PGY that just kind of fizzled. QS just kind of fizzling out. Of QS, they just kind of fizzled out. PGY, they're just kind of not doing much. PVPR, there's nothing there. SPAI, there's nothing there. AUDC on the biggest movers. That's really nothing. We could be done for today. I have IH, but there's no volume. That's on the low floaters. 14 million float, but only 2,000 shared volume. We have DPRO. DPRO, but it's a negative 2.5 score, but 600,000 volume. MACD's on the backside sliding down. I'm only going to be streaming for about another 30 minutes and then we're done. Wow, look at MRKR just really dump. This is why you want to take your money as you are ripping up. You want to start scaling out, because when you're in this candle right here, you're here and you're trying to get out. That's hard. MRKR got halted again on the downside. Got halted on the upside. Now it's halted on the downside. CETX on RVOL scanner, but it's not much there. Because if we look at it, CETX is not much there. No volume. It's 22,000. I need to update the code for that. MRKR is unhalted now from the downside. Not really. There's a 14-second delay, and I want to try and get rid of that. Pretty big delay. RYET. Yeah, there's nothing there on RYET. MRKR, I'm just not going to deal with anymore. ABVE. ABVE was a pretty nice score with good volume. 1 minute came up here. We have a hammer candle. I probably got 20 cents out of that. ABVE. XXI, there's not enough volume on XXI. ZEPP, no volume. Xena, of course, there is volume there. Xena, not very much. PRO. PRO. ABVE. ABVE is good. There's no catalyst, no news on ABVE though. Volume is kind of drying up. On this day, ABVE, I was playing around with the hotkeys for TradingView. They're okay. They're not bad. I mean, you just can't set your offsets and things like that, or percentage getting out, or yeah, it's very, very, very basic. But if that's all you got, it's not bad. You can work with that hotkey in TradingView. That's why you see the buy and sells there. So many of them. I was just playing around with the hotkey. That was during market hours. Try to make my money pre-market, and the market hours I just don't even trade most of the time. Yeah, ABVE kind of popped and then it just kind of dropped back down. So if you tried to play that right there on the break of this bar on this micro pullback, if you got in at 312. I mean, you got very little. You just come back to a break even because it just couldn't break that high, and then it's coming back down with volume. So you want to get out. You don't want to play around with it. KT. I think the market's pretty much done. Okay, LCID is trading below the session VWAP, BSLK trading below the session VWAP, QS, that's just consolidation. XXII, but XXII has a score of 3.75, but it's trading below the session VWAP, and it's just dumped when the market opened. We got DGXX below the session VWAP, but there's really nothing there. I mean, the news, yeah. Exxon's purchase order with some launches NVIDIA power of AI platform. Yeah, that's the keywords for AI. VLCN announces, yeah. Bitcoin news. PDYN. PDYN. PDYN, we had a score of 5, which is the highest, but the volume is just kind of low. The float's 24 million. That's really not a problem. In PDYN, you wanted to play that when it was moving up here. So if we look at PDYN, I mean, this is what Ross Cameron talks about, is trading on the backside. You don't want to do that. You want to trade here on, as we're spreading apart, you want to trade here. And we had a micro pullback right here. And the break of that, you can get in at 11, get out, probably got yourself like 25 cents out of that. Also, if you kind of come down here in 15 seconds, there's really, it's light volume. It's not that much volume, really light volume. So, yeah. UHG, I need to put that volume up to 50,000. CPRO had a nice little pop there. Got some volume coming in on that candle. That volume coming in, is it going to break DPRO? DPRO. DPRO, the 5-minute, it's holding the session VWAP. It's an inside bar on the 5 minutes, trading above that right there. So, yeah. And the MACD's curling up. There's not enough volume. It's like 10:40. Lunchtime is coming up pretty soon, in about an hour, 20 minutes. XTIA. XTIA showed up on our vol. Yeah, it's big volume. No news, no catalyst. There's probably nothing there. LCID, not much. QS. QS is, has a score to the MACD is going positive. We had a run up, a break of that consolidation. We had a pullback. Volume was about the same. Big volume on that 1 minute. QS is, was breaking with volume. Got the volume, got the MACD curling up. 5 minute, yeah, that's bullish. Problem is, it's 1042. EEM showed up on RVol, but there's really nothing there. You could keep that on your radar, but it's 10:45. I just wouldn't do anything for the rest of the day. Sometimes I like looking at the biggest movers. Take the top 4 biggest movers. So you'll take ABVE, and you'll take LCID, PDYN. You want to do this in VOR. You want to do this like around 935. You want to do this, and what you're looking for is you're looking for it to be trading above the VWAP. Like right here, we had a pop, we had a consolidation, kind of break, kind of a little pullback, kind of run up. That's good. Look at those 2 bars. They're kind of, volume kind of dried up on that last bar right there. Had a hammer, kind of broke that. You could have gotten like 10, 20 cents out of that. That's ABVE. That's the biggest movers. And then LCID, Lucid Group right here. That's kind of hard to trade. I mean, this was below the session VWAP. I just don't trade anything below this session VWAP. We got PDYN. PDYN, this right here area. We had, wow, this is moving up. You could jump into a 15-second. Not too much volume there. But then when you had VOR, really nothing. That's kind of low volume. But what I'm going to look at doing is look at taking all the low float gainers, the top traded gainers, and the biggest movers. When the market is open, I want to take all the top scores. ones that are A plus trade ideas of like 5 with high volume and list them on the scanner here. So people can actually get that on a window. Maybe I can put the window like right here, just call it TZS gainers, Ticker Zcan score gainers, something like that. TZ gainers, and then put a button down there, put a button right here, move the top press release down, put a button right here. And what that would do is that will, people that don't care, because like I don't care about the ABV, I don't care about these negative scores or these neutral scores. I'm looking at the A plus setups that are like 5s with volume. We're talking like like over 100,000 volume easily, and then start grouping them like the 5.0s and the 3.75 have the five stars up here, and then maybe order them by volume, and then have 3.75 under that, order, and just order them by the volume. We could do that. Alrighty, well, it's 10:49, about 10 minutes, we're going to be done. Yeah, these are, yeah, they showed up on R vols, but the volumes are kind of low. I need to update that to about, let me put a note, R vol movers, update to 50K. Update it to 50K greater. EBAI with news. 425A artificial intelligence stocks the U.S. government wants to support. Yeah. And we have APLD. APLD was a decent move earlier. APLD was right here. APLD had that, had a run up, I had a pullback. We had a run up, had a pullback right there. Actually, it was positive. So yeah, that would have been kind of hard to play because if I would have bought that on the break and it ran up and started coming back down, might not have gotten stopped out, but right here, when it started breaking that, I just would have gotten out. That was this one was kind of hard to play because of the chop up here on the 15-second. There's not enough volume. When there's not enough volume on the 15-second, it's really hard to play. You have to have high volume coming in and the volatility coming in for the 15-second to really be traded good. You kind of have to go off when there's not enough volume off that 1 minute, because the 1 minute, the volume has dried up on the 1 minute on that micro pullback, and you could have gotten in on the break of that, put your stop down there. You're looking at a 15 cent stop. And then, of course, it kind of ran up over here. You would have gotten yourself 15 cents. But like KMTS, we got news on that. Software Industry Award, who cares? SMTK. SMTK, there's nothing there. You got a spike in volume. No catalyst, no news. So who knows why it's spiking? An 88-cent stock. We got FTFT. There's nothing there. SMTK, you don't know why it spiked. There's no catalyst that we know of right now, and then it kind of dropped off now because, yeah. MCRI. That's trading below the VWAP. There's nothing there. MCRI, and plus there's, volume 487, please. Just because it has a good score doesn't mean anything. It has to have a good score and volume. That's why I'm going to create a scanner to scan, hey, I'm going to put all these stocks into a pool, and then I'm going to search through them and get the best scores and with the best volume and sort them. That way you don't have to kind of look at this. You can just look at one window, bring up one window, have the news. Like you could have the news right here, and this one window right here could be TZ gainers, the ones with the good scores and high volume, and they only show up here. And then the ones that have the good TZ score and volume with news, those are the ones you want to be putting up here on your screen, on your 4 different windows, to be able to see, hey, which one's moving, which one's breaking, which one has a micro pullback and then breaking high and get in. That's what you want to look at. So I think I'm going to go ahead and start working on that. And I've got some ideas on some blue chips. I've already written the code for some of that. And I've got a desktop window for that. I just haven't put it up on the scanner here because there still needs to be work to be done on that. But the main thing is the pre-market movers. This right here, pre-market movers. This right here is big. This is what you want to see. So let's go ahead and go back to the pre-market movers. We're pretty much done for the day. Let me go back here, get rid of this, come back here. I just want to kind of look at what was done. This is a cached value. This right here, pre-market movers, it shouldn't update because we're out of pre-market, but this will be able to, you can look back here and say, oh, VLCN had 300% move. So VLCN had a 300% move. So let's take a look. Oh, it was right there at 8:55 in the news, 8:55 a.m. Oh, yeah. But that was hard to play because it was such a huge pop. Then we had a massive pullback here and then kind of dripped down. You possibly could have, I mean, nothing broke the high. Yet could have done a 2-bar break on that. Maybe gotten yourself some money on that. That's kind of hard to play, but the MACD's just kind of flattening out, kind of grinding back down. So that hard to play. BSLK was the other top gainer. BSLK, I think, yeah, we did play that. BSLK, this showed up around 7 o'clock. I didn't play this right here. Just because of these wicks. When I see these wicks right here, even though we did break with volume, I just don't like it. This right here, we have the MACD hurling back up, and then you had a run up. This right here, massive volume right there. We had inside bar, indecision bar. We did not break the low of that. We didn't break the low of that right there, but we broke the high of that. Got about a quarter on that. Once it broke the low right here, you got about 50-cent move on that. So BSLK was a good trade. This pullback was a little too much because of the volume. And then it kind of did nothing. Right towards the open at 9:20, we had the run up there. We had an inside bar right there. With the break of that right there, the inside bar and the stop, that could have been traded, but that's really close to the open. So I normally don't like doing that. XII. This score, this updates every minute. So it's not a running score for the whole day. And again, this one popped right here. Right here on the 1 minute. And then we just kind of, and then, I mean, if you played the break of that, yeah, you got it. But then right here, we have some consolidation right here. And then a small little run. The MACD is there, but the volume's kind of drying up, and we had a break of this. Yeah. Then we had BGLC. BGLC showed up on the scanner. We had the volume right there showed up on the RVOL. I'm pretty sure it showed up on the RVOL. But the problem is that a huge topping tail. I had kind of a pullback here, then it kind of reclaimed the VWAP. The MACD was still kind of positive, but kind of flattening out. You possibly could have played the break of that and gotten yourself up here. Possibly could have played the break of that gotten yourself 20 cents, and then it kind of pulled back. You have gotten out for a break even. And then it kind of broke again, but you just don't know. Hindsight's 2020. But it's a good idea to run through this because right here, this pullback, the volume's kind of drying up. You get to see what you're looking at. And then the break of that, get in real quick. BGLC, ACTU. What time did that news hit? 8:45. ACTU. 8:45, and then the news hit, and then it spiked up. But there's no way to play that. BTCS, that was 14.9% gainer. That BTCS, there was no catalyst, no news on that. That's like 7 o'clock, kind of dumped. Didn't, yeah. The BTCS is really hard to play that. It had a run down, it had a bullish engulfing right there. But the MACD wasn't there. We had a run off here, inside. Didn't break the low of that. But that's below the session VWAP, and I just don't trade things below the session VWAP. So not much today. Probably just really one good trade. I think that was BSLK. So that's all I have. I will be streaming again tomorrow at 7 o'clock on Friday. I will talk to you later.